Alright, what's up everybody? It looks like everything is on. Let's go get into our YouTube feed here. Let's change this stuff up. Get our ARK thing on. Change all this stuff. Gaming. ARK Survival Ascended. Save all that. Minimize that. So I am dead right now. The reason I'm dead is because if you are living in a hidden base, you never want anything alive to be in your base, because things that are alive can be seen by parasaurs and it makes your base much easier to find. So don't ever log out in your base. Always just depot all your shit and kill yourself. So you don't have to worry about that. So we're going to respawn in our bed here. Now, I did play a little bit after I got offline yesterday, long enough to die again to PvE, get angry, and not recover my stuff. So we're kind of in a bad position here, but it looks like I should be able to just remake the whole kit. We want that, we want that, and we want that. Hey, perfect. And then we're going to take that out, we're going to take that out. And we're going to take that out. We're going to craft up some arrows because we need them. Gotta have the arrows. There is so much noise going on outside my house right now. Kind of freaking me out. Let's get rid of that. Craft one of them. Everything else back in here. So we're pretty much all the way out of hide. But we've got some decent stuff. So the first thing we're going to want to go do here is we want to go get... Oh, I left a parasaur here. Here I am talking about how you don't ever want to leave anything that can be seen. And then I totally left a parasaur here all night. Which is hilarious. Alright, that should be everything I need to be able to actually see what I'm doing here. Let's get after it. So the first thing we need to do, we need to find ourselves a drop. There's one up over there. I think I actually get up there this way. And we're going to download some creatures. I got my RG and my Anki and my Beaver uploaded yesterday before I logged off that first time, right after I got off of the stream. Today we're going to make sure that we get what we need to have a couple of cryopods, because cryopods make uploading things easier. We're still going to keep everything in upload every day when we get off, at least for right now, because that's just the better option. I don't see the green anymore. Okay, I don't know. There it is. There she blows. Fantastic. So all I'm really worried about right this moment is, let's see, our RG saddle should be in the base. So we're going to get our RG out. Yeah. just gonna get the RG out for right this moment, because we can pull the other out. Oh, I forgot to bring the saddle with me. Stupid. Alright. Follow me then, RG. Alright, guess I'm going down the long way. It's just smarter. If I try and go down the short way, I'm probably gonna fall off a cliff and die. Of course, it would be better to fall off a cliff and die than to die up here. Let's also change the gamma real quick. Tree while I'm having trouble seeing anything, that's a little bit better. It looks like things are a little darker for you all than they are for me. So, let me know. I don't mind washing out my visuals so that you all can see better. So, if that's still not really visible, just let me know. Alright. Let's get out our RG saddle here. Let's go saddle up this RG and let's go see about getting some things that I need. In order to make some cryopods, I need some crystal, so let's go get some crystal. That looks like an ice mountain, but it's not actually an ice mountain. I don't know why it looks all white like that at the top. Or is that one of the ice mountains? No, I don't think it is. And I've got like some weird dancing lights going on right now. I don't really like it. Let's go into my settings here and see if things have been changed weird. First thing is view distance. We want high, absolutely. Foliage quality we actually want high as well. That should hopefully stop some of the dancing lights. Perfect. When I play on NVIDIA GeForce Now, sometimes things get a little wonky. That's just the way it is. And so yeah, we gotta do what we gotta do to get things fixed sometimes. I don't think there's a base up here, at least there wasn't yesterday. Hopefully we don't run into a new base. Somebody just plunked down. The reason we're up here, we want to get ourselves some crystals. I could have just brought my Anki to do this, but it's not really necessary. Might as well just do it with this here. Cryopods are just super important, even with cryos being a little finicky in Survival Ascended. It's really important just to have a nice stockpile of them, because even if you're not going to be able to throw creatures out, a lot of times you're going to have a lot more creatures than you actually need, and you want backups and stuff like that. It's much, much easier to get to a point where you can just drop a quick generator. Whoops. Than it is to get to a point. Dang it. Much easier to get to a point where you can just drop a quick generator than it is to try to get to a point where you know, you can go retame all the creatures that you lost and all that stuff. Retaming creatures is just obnoxious. We don't want to do that, so we're not going to. The next thing I'm going to do is go get some oil and some poly by killing some penguins over here and getting some oil rocks. I think I've got enough metal and stuff like that back at the base. I'm just going to try and make like 10. I think 10 cryopods will be good. That'll give me enough to rock out some backups and some stuff like that. And then we should be good to go. We're going to start getting built up a little in our little hidey hole, so that we can try and get some of these bosses and stuff done. I mean, that's really the whole goal. I just want to get some bosses done, so that when Extinction drops, I have a high-level character that I can take with me into Extinction, so that I can try and find a good solo spot. Oop, we're gonna run out of stam soon. Let's get down here. Let's actually open up this green drop here. Oh, it's not here yet. Okay. Sometimes these green drops have foodstuffs in them. So I was just gonna wait. So this is what happens when a server lags really bad. Your birds have trouble actually landing on the spot where they expected to land, and it just gets worse as servers start lagging. It's kind of annoying, honestly. Jump off here real quick. Let's get some berries in me. Should I just throw down a campfire and cook some meat? Sure. Am I going to do that? Probably not. I pretty much always just survive off of raw meat and berries and stuff like that. It's not a good idea, because you don't ever want to find yourself in a position where you're running out of food or water in the middle of a fight. So you should absolutely make the recipes, make really good foods, make really good waters. I mean, it's really simple to just take and make one with like 20 meat to make a food, and then, you know, make a drink with like 20 berries or whatever, or 100 berries or whatever you need to do to get a good drink. And then just keep making those over and over and over again in your cooking pot or whatever. And that'll just make everything about your life easier. So don't be like me. Don't survive off of berries and raw meat. Make that stuff. Oops, I accidentally muted myself, and I don't know how long ago. I don't think it was that long, but... So we are playing over on the official Small Tribe servers. I don't play on the unofficial servers, not because I don't like them, because there is quite a bit of fun to be had over on the unofficial clusters. I don't play on the unofficial servers, though, because a lot of times they are... the rates are really high, and while that seems like a lot of fun, the problem with it ultimately is that extremely high rates like that really extend the gap between really good players and average players. And so average players end up just not being able to compete at all in those server clusters. And while that's great for, you know, content creators making content, or, you know, really good players trying to, fight for cluster alphas and stuff like that, there's really no value there for a more average player like me, especially not a solo average player, because those clusters just are not designed to be soloed, and they are not designed for average players, because the gap between good players and average players is just way too big. And the whole thing is very manic, right? You've got to be going at it super duper hard, and you know, things like Argentavis's move pretty slow. So you've got this manic feeling that you're dealing with on top of... Sorry, I want to change something real quick. Nope, everything seems fine, never mind. So you've got this manic feeling on top of the fact that this game is already kind of slow, right? You've got RGs flying kind of slow. You've got the process of farming and smelting and all that stuff is kind of slow. So you're just desperate to speed up your progress, but there's no way to do that. And I don't like how that feels. It feels very discordant. And so I don't enjoy it. I like the more relaxed feeling of this slower style. Honestly, if 1x servers, if there was any ability to play as a solo on the 1x servers, I probably would. But for the most part, the 1x servers are controlled by large tribes. So if you try and go to the 1x servers as a solo, you end up on a server that a tribe quote-unquote owns. And that makes it extremely difficult to accomplish even the most basic tasks, because they don't want you on their server at all. Because they need 100% of the resources, right? They have every major base spot locked down. They have multiple bases, huge bases. And it just becomes extraordinarily difficult. I hear... There we go. I was about to say, I hear some penguins. I think it's 4 poly per, so I think I have enough there. Fantastic. So now we just need to go over to some oil rocks and get some oil, and we'll be good. We'll be able to make our... Well, you know what? I'm going to need some hide, too. I guess I got a little bit of hide. I'm probably going to need more than that. Thankfully. Actually, let's put that back. Let's take out a whole 100. Thankfully, this RG should be able to kill some big creatures pretty simply. We'll just go ahead and get plenty of hide. Hide's pretty easy to come by, especially in the smaller amounts that I need right now. I'll need to get a good creature for hide farming at some point. Today is not that day. Is that an oil rock or is that a metal rock? I think this might be a metal rock. Oh, it's an oil rock. Perfect. I think it's 8 oil per. Not 100% sure. Gonna go ahead and whack this rock too real quick. That should be good. Fantastic. Over the top of this we go. Ooh, there's a red drop over there. Let's go see if we can get to it before it despawns. Never know what you might get. You can get gear out of these now. It's not very common, but you can get a little bit of gear. More importantly, you could get like a blueprint or something. You tend to get really basic flak blueprints from these overworld drops, but you can get them. And so yeah, pretty excited to maybe get something like that. could definitely stand have a little bit of flack on me. Need to hit that come up. Hopefully everything goes a little smoother today. I seriously doubt I'm gonna make it all the way to that red drop. That's way the bloody hell over there. I'm feeling pretty good about today. Come here. Stupid. I think we're gonna be alright. I don't think we're gonna have nearly as many setbacks today as we did yesterday. Okay, please let me land. There we go. Get back my stam here. Uh-huh. There we go. Fantastical. Come on, red drop. Don't go away on. Let me get you. Put you where I want you. Now I'm gonna eat you. Don't disappear. Please let me get you, red drop. Don't disappear now. Gonna sing to the red drop so it doesn't disappear. A titanosaur. Titanosaurs are cool. I think the Titans and the Titanosaurs were kind of a disservice to the game. They make above ground bases basically impossible. And above ground bases are already a little bit difficult because, you know, you can be attacked from so many angles and your turrets have to defend from so many different directions that there just really isn't. There aren't very many good spots to maybe make above ground bases. And so I think that's really kind of a negative. Ooh, a shoddy. What is up? Love that shoddy. Put that on there. Put them riot boots. What do we get? Journeyman Karchar saddle. Blueprint. Hey, that's a pretty good one too. 71 armor. Probably will be able to trade that for one of the boss fights, maybe. Especially since people are always doing them anyway. You know, just bringing another person along isn't really all that complicated. Especially if I'm bringing all of my own stuff, you know, a stego and all that stuff. So we should be good. That's a really pretty RG. But it's only level 20. Sucks to suck. That's an Anki there. My Anki is only level 50. That one's only level 55. So if I do find a good one, I will go ahead and tame it out. Same thing is true of Pteranodons or RGs or anything like that. I've got pretty low level creatures right now. And being on the island, I probably should have just started on a center map because you just get better levels on the center maps than you do over here on the island. The island is notorious for having primarily low-level creatures, and that kind of got fixed in a lot of the future maps, especially the DLC, the unofficial DLC maps, like Center and Ragnarok and Alguero, all that stuff. Ooh, a level 130 raptor. But I don't really care to claim raptors or tame raptors. I wish that raptors had a little bit more use in PvP. I don't know if y'all ever watch the 100 Days YouTuber for ARK, Rampy. Rampy makes a lot of videos about doing 100 Days challenges with just raptors. And they're pretty funny. I really enjoy those. But, you know, getting things like an oxygen raptor so that he can swim down to the bottom of the ocean and get the artifacts from the underwater caves. I mean, he goes hard at it. He does not tame anything but raptors. And it is friggin' hilarious. Probably some of the funniest content I've ever seen. Okay, we're gonna drop that in there. We're gonna put some of this stuff away. I don't actually need a lot of these saddles, but we're gonna put them in there anyway. And then I'm gonna need some of that. I actually only need like 20. We're gonna have our 100 crystal. So the only thing we really need is some more hide, and then we're good. Let's put this stone away. Don't need that on me. Alright, give me back my 100 crystal here. Let's go see about killing something real quick to get some hide. Is this that 105? Yes, it is. That'll take too long to kill. It won't actually yield very much extra hide. Here we go, Parasaur. Perfect. Stop running around trying to kill Meganeras, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? Alright, let's go over to this drop. Let's make ourselves some... some cryopods. I'm all about those cryopods. Needs them. 'Cause I want you, need you, got to have your child. Know what I need to check? Okay, we got plenty of time. I didn't look right away how much time I had. Hey, there's 10. Exactly what we want. We just keep our eyes out while that cooks those up. We just don't want to get jumped. And then we're going to go after that red over there. Hidden drops super early, especially in ARK Survival Ascended, is pretty important. The drops are pretty good in this game. Much, much better than they were in Evolved. Alright, we got our 10 of those. We don't actually need any of the rest of that stuff. Let's go see about this red drop over here. A lot of ARK Survival Evolved unofficial server clusters run improved drops mods because of just how bad the drops were on ARK Survival Evolved on the Overland. But in ARK Survival Ascended, they've gotten quite a bit better. Much more opportunity to get gear and stuff like that out of them. They're not nearly as good as some of the modded versions on some of the unofficial servers, but again, I'm totally okay with that. I prefer a slower progression. I like to feel like I'm tearing up for a very long time. And especially as a solo, because things just tend to take a lot longer as a solo. There's months of progression to be had in ARK before you really feel like you've kind of maxed yourself out. Why am I getting a spotty connection? That'll be fine, I guess. It'll go away. It doesn't seem to have affected my stream or anything like that. But because we did get that, it may mean that our internet is about to have some issues. So if for some reason the stream goes down, it's not because I just randomly decided to quit. Sometimes my internet just gets a little wonky, but I will be back at about the same time tomorrow if that happens. So just something to be prepared for. Hopefully we'll still get our good 8 hours or so of streaming in today. You know, I took that 4 or 5 days off a couple of days ago. And it felt really good to have some time off from the streaming and, you know, not have to be worrying about it. But honestly, I didn't realize how negatively it was impacting my mood and just how bored I was feeling. You just enjoy streaming so much. I enjoy being on here. I enjoy peep talk. Wonky donkey interwebs indeed. You know, I've never heard the expression wonky donkey, but I'm probably gonna steal that now. Party wizard. But there's just so much fun to be had over here. What is with all of this weird lighting crap? Oh my goodness. Can we stop? Can we not? Ooh, I'm dying. Hey, we got another shotgun. That's pretty great. Oh, and 20 shotgun shells. Jingle bells, shotgun shells. I dig it. It's like party lights everywhere. Are we gonna rave it out over here? Hey, what's up, Charles? How you been? Long time no talk. How's it hanging? Chase Raz with the follow over on Twitch. Thanks a lot, Chase. Appreciate it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. How are you? I feel like I'd be good at raving. I don't know if that's actually a skill. I feel like if it is, I have it. Get a little feel good in me and go ham on the dance floor. Doing pretty good. How are you? Not to sound weird, but was vibing to the calmness in your voice. Hey, thanks, Chase. I really appreciate that. I do try and keep things a little calm over here. I'm too old to be. I don't have anything to heal myself with, Party Wizard. I'm sorry. I'm too old to be screaming and carrying on and stuff. So I try to be completely understand. I appreciate the compliment, thank you. Okay, let's see if I can fix myself. I want to keep that shotgun in there. We'll keep this one down here. We'll put that rocket away. We'll put all these things away. Ooh, I got a mind wipe. Nice. If I have anything that's edible. Nope. Okay, that's cool. I will slowly regen some health here. Been good, just working like normal. Also, instead of raving, we need to take it a step further and do hardstyle. If you don't know what that is, I would like you to look up now. We are free at 137 hardstyle remix. I won't look it up now, Charles, but I will look it up. I do not know what hardstyle is. What do you mean? He's always looked this lumpy. It's just because I don't have a shirt on either now. I'm running around totally bare ass. Naked as the day I was born. Hey, what's up, Quizza? Welcome back today. How are you feeling? We are, we're about to get out of the heartbeats, though. I really should just go ahead and make some gear, but I don't want to use up my Ingram points. Actually, I need to do some Ingramming. Since about level 68, I haven't gotten any new stuffs. So let's see, what do we got? I don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. Well, that explains why I haven't gotten any of this stuff. We do need the vault. Ooh. Art style is basically dubstep, but instead of dubstep wub wubs, it's really hard bassy drums. Oh, okay, cool, cool. I like me some dubstep. Managed to make a base in a cave. Yeah, it's not really a cave. It's just kind of an overhang of rock. And so I put my base back in here in a corner. Hopefully that'll keep people from finding me down here. At least for a while. Reload my shotgun here real quick. Okay, no more drumming in the ears. So let's see. What do we need to do? We need to crank out a Dodicarus. Do I have... No, I don't. Alright, Mr. Parasaur, you're up. I accidentally attacked the baby trike. Now the mother trike is angry with me. Hopefully it can't come through here. You just stay away. Gotta make the Giganotosaurus. No. I don't think a Giga would actually fit in here. I'm pretty sure that this area is too small to fit a Giga. Might be able to get a Rex in here, though. I do want to get some Gigas, obviously. That's kind of the apex DPS dino. Since you like survival games, you've seen the trailer for Light of Mortirum. Want to know how many different games you think they ripped off? So I don't care if they ripped off games. Everybody's calling it a rip-off of Horizon Zero Dawn, but really the only thing that it ripped off of Horizon Zero Dawn is the aesthetic of the tech creatures, instead of just having regular flesh and blood creatures. But you couldn't really tame and ride and use a bunch of those creatures. So, um, and the idea of taming creatures and using them for like making stuff is not Power World. Um, there are a ton of survival games that had creatures work on your crafting benches well before Power World came out. So Power World is the most known one, um, but it's certainly not the first one where your creatures were physically working at your crafting benches and stuff like that. So it's not a ripoff of Power World because Power World was a ripoff of all those other games. So it's just a ripoff of those. But you can't you can't call things a ripoff when they're borrowing mechanics and aesthetics from other games, because the combination of those things in whatever order that game is putting them in is unique to that game. The Ghost Companion from Destiny, the creature and aesthetics from Horizon. So, but then like the Ghost Companion from Destiny is not original to Destiny either, right? There are tons of RPG games out there where you have some sort of companion helping and guiding you through the game. Like that's not, Destiny didn't invent that. They just kind of reskinned it. So, like, I mean, I get it. People want to say, oh, this is copying my favorite game. It's not. I'm interested in Light of Mortrium. I just recently saw the trailer for it, but I'm a little worried that it's going to go the way of Once Human, and it's going to have a lot of really great ideas and kind of minimum viable product execution. So we will see. Pretty excited about it, though. I am going to be taking a look at it when it comes out, if I can, and see how it looks. I am all about open world MMO style survival games, though, so and there aren't a ton of those out there, especially not PvEVP. And I do like having some PvP in my survival games. I think having to worry about what other actual players are doing just really adds to the tension of survival games. Oh, you could tame and ride most of the machines in Horizon. I didn't know that. I've actually never played any of the Horizon games. I did want to play Horizon Zero Dawn when it first came out, but I just never got around to it. I didn't have a console back then, and by the time it got ported to PC, I was kind of over it. But I was not aware that you could actually ride most of them. I thought you couldn't. But the boss fights actually looked pretty interesting to me. I would like to see how those boss fights are done, and that'll be one of the big things for that game specifically, is how active are the boss fights, how unique are each of the boss fights. One of the things that's kind of a negative in ARK is that all of the boss fights are pretty much just a tank and spank with big dinos. They don't have a ton of mechanics that go with them. Some of the later boss fights do, in the Genesis maps and stuff. They become a little more technical, but for the most part, they're just not. And so I would like to see a survival game that maybe has a little bit more of an active combat system, that maybe has some interesting boss mechanics with some of their fights, so it's not just all about the tank and spank. Because again, that's just kind of the minimum viable product for a boss fight is just, you know, making it an HP sponge that does X amount of damage, and then that's your boss fight. Like, that's the minimum viable option for bossing. So unless you're putting interesting mechanics and stuff in there, then you're not really getting a good, interesting boss environment. Ooh, it's a yellow with a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Ooh, is that an Anki's saddle blueprint? Ooh, and a fur blueprint. Both Horizons are great games. I would put them in the top 5 all-time greatest single-player RPGs, along with God of War and Assassin's Creed games like Valhalla, Origins, Odyssey. Nice. Very nice. You know, it's funny. I've never played most of those games. I played a little bit of one God of War. I've never played any Assassin's Creed. And I've never played any of the Horizon games. But my RPG tastes tend to fall more in the words are hard. My RPG tastes tend to fall more in the realm of JRPGs than action RPG style games like that. I like, you know, turn-based or tactics-based or something like that, as opposed to action combat for my single-player RPGs anyway. I would love to see maybe like a multiplayer RPG that had a more tactics feel to it. But unfortunately... Oh, holy crap. Oh, nice. I don't feel like this was here yesterday. Let's see, when's the last time it was... Okay, it hasn't been rendered in a really long time, so we're good. We are good. What do we got here? Let's craft up. A couple of storage boxes. Let's get out all this stuff that isn't resources from our storage containers. Let's plunk these bad boys down. Oh wow, do these actually have to go on structure? I didn't realize that. Let's see. We reorient that this way. There we go. We're going to take out all these cryopods. Take out whatever that is. Take out all these. Actually have a canteen now, which is great. Oh, that's a resource. Kind of thinking of giving PoE 2 a try. Been a while since I played a top-down RPG. So my older brother is playing PoE 2 right now, and he says it is quite enjoyable. Much more difficult than PoE 1 has been, at least in the early game. So if you enjoyed how hard it was to get started, like way back in the day on PoE 1, then you're probably going to enjoy PoE 2 quite a bit. Whoops. Have you played Dark and Darker? I played a little bit of Dark and Darker before it was before it was fully released, back when it was in beta, and Dark and Darker was quite a bit of fun. The combat in that game was just a little bit too janky for a game whose main focus was combat. So that made me end up ultimately not playing it, but still a good game. But I would have preferred to see something that was a little more polished in the combat department, since, I mean, literally combat was the entire purpose of that game. There's just no reason to not have a good combat system in that situation. So I was a little disappointed. Never played PoE 1. Never actually played any top-down ARPG besides Diablo. If you decide that you do want to play some top-down RPG action, then I would play either that or Last Epoch. Last Epoch is also a pretty good game. But I understand being a little bored with Once Human. I mean, I obviously ended up in the same position, and I'm not even playing that game right now, and may very well not play that game anymore. It was fun. I think it's a good game. I think there are a lot of people out there who are probably going to play that game as their primary game for a really long time to come. It's just not quite for me. So, but yeah. No, I think PoE 2 would be a good introduction to the RPGs outside of Diablo. I think it'll be a real good introduction to that. I think Path of Exile is really sort of a genre-defining game in the ARPG space, so I like it a lot. There's just way too much ground clutter. Gosh, I wish I could get rid of this. Does anybody know if there's a setting to get rid of some of this crap? Because you can't see anything. There's just all these stupid little pebble rocks all over the ground. I hate it. Yeah, I'm with you, Quizza. I'm just gonna wait on the free version that's supposed to come out next year. I'm totally okay with that. It's in early access right now. Not everything is even finished all the way. So we're not missing out on anything except an opportunity to maybe learn the campaign before. Yeah, that's not gonna be a thing. I live with my older brother. We don't got it like that. Unfortunately. But that's alright. One of these days. I mean, only if you want to be able to hand out keys. You could just buy more keys for the $30 price. You don't have to use the more expensive versions if you want to give somebody else a key. Although, if we wait the 8 months while it's in early access, it's supposedly going to be free. Oh, it's going to be 8 months of early access, or 6 months of early access? I didn't realize it was going to be that long. Figured it'd be coming out in January or February. That's a little unfortunate, but... not really a big deal. I'm just kind of looking for a Dodicarus right now. I want to get some stone. Then I want to get some flint. And I just need to start making some spark powder and stuff. And then I'm going to pull out the Anki and the beaver. And we're just going to do some bullet crafting. I got a couple of crappy shotguns here, which is great. Hey, yeah, then there's Dune coming. Now, that's a game that I'll probably at least look into because it at least falls in the PvPvE. Look at that Quetzal. All green and red and stuff. It's very exciting. The Dune game does fall in that PvEVP survival genre that I'm kind of looking at. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'm super excited to be playing ARK again right now. It has been way too long. And I am just so happy to be back flying around on RGs and just having a great time. Such a good game. If only it wasn't a broken pile of garbage. Save the Dodicarus. That's just level 25. I don't care about you. And of course, the ultimate survival experience, I believe, is going to be Light No Fire. I am so excited for Light No Fire, it's not even funny. This is the newest one. This is ARK Survival Ascended. So we kind of got bait and switched when ARK Survival Ascended came out. Originally, ARK Survival Ascended was supposed to be a ground-up remake of ARK Survival Evolved in Unreal Engine 5. What ultimately ended up happening is they just kind of ported ARK Survival Evolved into Unreal Engine 5 from Unreal Engine 4. And a lot of the bugginess that existed in Evolved sort of carried over. And then they sold us basically the same game on a new engine. Now it does look significantly better, and they have fixed some of the bugs that were a pretty big problem in Evolved, but honestly we just kind of paid for a graphics update, which put a pretty bad taste in my mouth when it first came out. But I did play it. I had purchased it, so I was going to play. Played really hard for the first few months, and then transfers for servers opened, and within the first 2 weeks of transfers being open, somebody meshed into my base, which means they basically just came in through the wall and blew everything up and took all my stuff. So I had spent, like 3 months just making this incredible base with tons and tons of stuff and getting really, really far. And I thought I was going to have at least maybe a month or two of, getting to play and actually defend my base and maybe do some raids and stuff, and then boop, cheaters. And that's kind of the issue with Survival Ascended and Evolved, is that there's a lot of really easy ways to cheese and cheat bases. Yeah, it is. It is janky as hell. So Wildcard, the studio that makes ARK was an indie studio when they first made ARK Survival Evolved, like 7 or 8 years ago is when it first came out. Actually, I guess 9 is when it went into early access, 2015. And so this is like their first game. And so for a first game, and for as unique as the game's mechanics were the time that it came out, they did a really, really good job. Right? There's so many dinos to be able to ride, and there's a really good breeding system, and the building system is pretty good, and there's just all this really interesting stuff about the game, and you can easily have 70 people on one of these servers at a time. Things get a little laggy when that starts to happen, but for a first game, for a really unique game that really pushed the capabilities of the survival genre, ARK did a fantastic job. The problem is that now that Wildcard has made that game, right? They've made ARK, they've learned a lot, they've done a lot of stuff. What we were all really hoping for was when they made the remake in UE5, was we were hoping for that ground up remake, because we really need to get rid of a lot of the janky bug garbage that goes on in this game, like like anti-meshing, or like meshing so people sink through the floor of the map and then they can just go anywhere. We have just a lot of problems, like whatever the hell's going on right now with this bird glitching in and out. There's just a lot of ways to sort of cheat in this game, and it makes life pretty difficult. And so we were really hoping for the ARK Survival Ascended remake to fix a lot of that, and then to get just the exact same game ported over. Then it didn't really work out. So I'm looking forward to ARK 2. I'm gonna give Wildcard the benefit of the doubt when ARK 2 comes out. I'm gonna give it a shot, because that is a totally different game made from the ground up. So hopefully the things that they've learned about making this type of game will, show through in that. Yeah, definitely go check out Light No Fire. I hope you're right, Quizza. If we get some more information on Light No Fire during the Game Awards, I will totally pee my pants. I'm so excited for Light No Fire. For anybody who doesn't know, Light No Fire is a game that was made by the people who made No Man's Sky, or is being made, not was made, is being made by the people who made No Man's Sky. And they've actually had a lot of updates recently in No Man's Sky that appear to be them trying to test some of the tech that they're going to be using in Light No Fire, which is pretty exciting. So, Light No Fire, instead of being an entire universe, like No Man's Sky is going to just be a single world. It's going to be like an Earth-sized planet. And, it's procedurally generated. It's procedurally generated and then pre-rendered. So, it's not like games that do procedural generation at runtime, or based on a seed, like say Minecraft is, where you can load up a new world and it's totally different. The world is static. It was just generated with procedural generation technologies. So that the team didn't have to handcraft an entire planet-sized map. And so I'm pretty sure everybody is going to be sort of sharing. I think they're going to be trying to use like server meshing and stuff like that, like a lot of the new games are. And so I think everybody's going to be sharing the same map, and then based on where you are in the actual world, you'll be moving across servers in real time. I'm very excited for the game, and actually my name, Survival Hermit, comes from sort of my hopes for a playstyle that I want to play in Light No Fire, which is to just go make myself a little hut on a mountain somewhere and learn all the craftings and stuff like that and make a bunch of stuff. Just have people come and visit me on my mountaintop. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to procedural generation, the people that made No Man's Sky are kind of pushing the envelope farther than anybody else. Handcrafted worlds are kind of the go-to for games right now. So these folks are really kind of doing something different, and they're having to do it because you can't handcraft a world that large. You have to procedurally generate that stuff, or it would take decades to make a map that big, handcrafting every little thing about it. So I'm very excited to see what happens. Why am I stuck? Please stop being stuck inside of this creature. Let me out. Blink in and out of existence again so I can get out of you. Oy vey. So obnoxious. Once upon a time, there was a procedural generation system that they were trying to use in ARK Survival Evolved so that you could have different maps all the time instead of just playing on the static maps that they already made. They were going to use procedural generation to just generate maps, but the project kind of fell by the wayside, and procedural generation in ARK Survival Evolved was literal garbage. So they stopped. But I really wish that they would have maybe continued with that, because being able to go on to different maps, one of the big things about ARK is everybody knows everything. And so it becomes difficult to find good places to hide and stuff like that. The exploration of the maps gets done, and then it's explored. And everybody knows where everything is, everybody knows where all the hiding spots are. And then it becomes kind of dull. Oh. That's a Ceratosaurus. We're just gonna go back this way. Back up slowly. Run away! But because everybody just kind of knows, there is a news that some publishers are not willing to announce the release date of their new games before GTA 6 release because they think their games will just get buried in GTA hype. Well, those publishers and developers are probably dumb. I know there's a lot of hype for the new GTA, but there are a lot of people who aren't going to play that game who are waiting for other games. Like, GTA holds absolutely no interest to me. I'm not even remotely interested in Grand Theft Auto games. So, I mean, I understand that they would maybe lose some of their hype base to Grand Theft Auto, but I think it's significantly less than they think. At least, I mean, I could understand if you maybe had, like, I think the same people who play GTA play games like the Madden games a lot of times. They're more casual, sort of mainstream gamers, instead of, you know, like fantasy or RPG or stuff like that gamers. So I don't really think, I mean, for example, like ARK 2, if you were holding off on releasing information about ARK 2, then that would be kind of silly. Because I don't think that's going to have a lot of crossover. Light No Fire looks pretty interesting. Never played No Man's Sky. Yeah, see, I've never played No Man's Sky either. But I had a roommate when I was in the Navy. When No Man's Sky first came out, he bought it. And I was actually really interested in it, and I was maybe going to play it. But then, you know, there was no MMO, anything to it, right? You never saw other people. You didn't inhabit the same universe as everybody else. Well, I guess you inhabited the same universe, but your own little, like, shard of that universe or whatever. And so there were a bunch of promises made for that game that really didn't pull through. Now, the developer has put in a ridiculous amount of time and made huge strides on No Man's Sky, and it is easily one of the better games out there now. And so kudos to them for not just abandoning the game and saying, okay, well, we got our money, so F all y'all, and really putting the effort into trying to make it what they had originally promised, which is what gives me hope for Light No Fire. You know, they've learned a lot. I mean, it's just like Wildcard and ARK. You know, everybody gets one, in my opinion. You know, you make some promises, you try and make a certain game, things don't quite work out, the game doesn't quite go the way you want. That's totally fine. I need more, need more tranks and arrows. So I can go get that 120 beautiful RG. That RG is super dope. So let's go over here and craft some more of this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm just super excited for that potential. Now, there is an opportunity that they, or not an opportunity, but there is a possibility that they will totally screw the pooch again and make just an absolute garbage game and put it out and then have to spend years fixing it after release again. If that happens, I will probably give up on that dev studio as a whole. Because there's only so much of that I'm willing to deal with. But, you know, they made their first game. They tried to do a really good job. You know, they did right by their consumers by continuing to support it and by releasing DLC or DLC after DLC that wasn't paid and just trying to make their game as good as they possibly could for the people who bought it. And so I'm 100% behind that. Kudos to you. Good job on that. So I'm more than happy to give the next game a look-see and see how things go. It's just like, you know, we're always talking about game theory. They sort of betrayed our trust, and so there was a pretty significant amount of retaliation. But then they didn't betray our trust during the next round, right? They went out of their way not to betray our trust and to cooperate and give us what we wanted. So at that point, you just kind of have to forgive them. And you know, cooperate again. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm very excited. I'm going to start applying game theory. Specifically, that type of game theory to like everything in my life. Because I think it's very effective. Cooperate, retaliate, forgive. Alright, let's get more of these. 31, that should be enough, I think. Of course, we may be... It was the weekend this weekend. Hopefully I can get my mic before next year so I can stream some games. I am excited for that, Quizza. I am very excited for that. Do you own ARK? Come play some duos with me. We'll stream together. Oh, you sucky doo-doo head. Ooh, yeah. Get shotgunned in the face. Do some simultaneous streams. Try and... I know you can integrate the chats on Twitch. I don't know if you can do that across a multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube for 2 different streams. We could have a heck of a time. Alright, where's my super pretty Argentavis over here? I mean, don't. If you've got different games in mind that you wanted to play, then do those. I'm not trying to get you to buy games just so you can stream with me. It was just a thought. Just a thought. Where'd this freaking Archie go, dude? I want this thing. It looks like we're gonna have to get on my RG and go looking for it. I really want to start building up a streaming setup as well. Maybe after spring, my wife and I want to do a vacation to Alaska. I'll start getting set up together. I honestly, I think everybody should stream. Just everybody in the whole world. I enjoy playing my video games so much more because I have you all to distract me from just the monotony of some of it. It is such a better way to play video games. Sit, stand, desk, headset, mic, gaming tower, all that. Yeah, now that NVIDIA GeForce Now is going to be... well, so you still have to buy the games. If you use NVIDIA GeForce Now, the games don't come with NVIDIA GeForce Now. You have to own the games to play them on NVIDIA GeForce Now. And also, NVIDIA GeForce Now is going to be capping usage at 100 hours per month, starting at the first of the year. So I actually don't recommend NVIDIA GeForce Now anymore, especially not if you're going to be streaming, because I stream almost 200 hours a month. So there's going to come a time here real soon where I'm actually going to have to buy a brand new computer because I won't be able to use NVIDIA GeForce Now because I already own the service or I've been using the service already. I'll get grandfathered in and be able to have unlimited access for the next year, so into through 2025. But after 2025, even I won't be able to do that. Oop, there's a person down there. I have a gym. Running around on his iguanodon. It's funny. I hope he didn't tame my Argentavis. was literally right out here, over by my base. What happened to it? Is it like in the trees or something? This is very upsetting. Okay, well. It's probably about time to break out a beaver or something. And get a nice fat load of wood. Let's do it. Let's do it. I should get a sit-stand desk, Gilbert, because I sit all day, every day, and it's gonna kill me. But I'm not gonna, because I don't want to stand up. I like sitting. Makes me happy. Exactly, Charles. That is what beavers are used for in this game. Is harvesting wood. Sit all day too, Chase? That's funny. I'm just lazy. I just like to sit down. It makes me happy. Mammoths, you know, mammoths are good for wood. If I had a mammoth, I would totally rock a mammoth. Get some wood, but I got a beaver. And I'm still pretty low tier early game, so. But you're right, I probably should have just gone ahead and gotten a mammoth instead. That would have been a better idea. Yeah, Tranks. Put my creatures. Let's get my casteroids out. Let's go get some wood. Beavers work good too. You can just carry a bit more with a mammoth. Yeah, that's exactly. I don't think the mammoth would fit in my current base spot either. So. Oh, you're right. There are beavers in Once Human that give you wood. That's funny. Yeah, it is the same thing in ARK. The beaver gives you wood. Oh, is that 120? That is the 120. Nice. I found it. We're gonna go drop this beaver off at my base. And get this 120 super colorful Argentavis. I like raiding the beaver dams and watching them panic. When I first started playing ARK, I died to beavers more times than I care to admit. Those little things are angry. You know, Charles, it's not about the visuals, it's about the gameplay. There's just a lot of fun to be had in this game. But you're right, if it's not your type of game, then it really isn't worth 50 bucks, like at all. What the hell? Never played Evolved, regretfully only played Ascended, took a bit of a break, but recently came back. I'm glad you came back, Chase. Yeah, I played about 4,000 hours of Evolved, and then while the island was out, before Scorched Earth came out, I played about 1,000 hours of Ascended. And then I haven't played in about a year because um, I got I got meshed in my Pearl Cave, and that made me sad, so I quit. Come over here. Fuck off, yo. Oops. I mean, I think it's absolutely a good idea if you're going to start streaming Quizza to start, with games you already own. Free-to-play games like Once Human were a lot of fun to start with. Especially playing games that you already own means that you likely already know the game. And I think that's a really important part of streaming is kind of knowing what you're doing. It's not necessarily needed to be really, really good, but I think it is a little bit important to at least understand how the game works and be able to help people and answer questions and stuff like that. Stopped right as SE came out, but then back about 2 weeks now. Only about 400 hours so far. 400 hours is respectable. Good for you. Scorched Earth is quite a bit of fun, just because it's fairly unique as a map. The weather effects and stuff don't really come into effect on any other maps until way later. I think Genesis has some weird like timed effects and weather effect type stuff. And I never actually bought the Genesis maps for Evolved. I only ever played... The last map I purchased for Survival Evolved was Extinction, and then they were just putting out so many free DLCs from maps that modders had created that I just didn't feel the need to buy the Genesis pack. So I never played either of the Genesis maps. Okay, this must be a joke. Get your ass back over here. I was not prepared. Oh, I'm missing a lot of text. Hang on. I mean, it's really up to you. I come from MMORPGs, which have a different gameplay aspect with quests, dungeons, raids. Yeah, absolutely. I also, grew up playing sort of MMO games. But I really love the survival aspect. Okay, you little shit swizzler. There we go. That's a person. Cool. Oh, it's that same person on that iguanodon. What's up, Jim? Because again, so yeah, I was prepared at all when SE dropped, so I'm sure that's why I quit. Yeah, I think one of the things, and what I'm actually preparing for right now, Chase, and if you've never played one of the new server launches before, might be something you'd be interested in preparing for, is what happens when new servers drop is they release, or when new maps drop, they release servers with those maps on them. And then transfers, things can't be transferred into those servers for like the first month or two. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get this character leveled up and beat all the bosses so that I can have all of the tech Ingrams. And then I'm going to take this character, because the only thing that you can transfer into those maps is your character. You can't bring any dinos with you. You can't bring... shoot. There it is. You can't bring any dinos with you or any resources or anything like that. So I'm going to bring the character, and then you just sort of start all over again. But you have a max level character with all your Ingrams and stuff. And it ends up being quite a lot of fun, because everybody's kind of on the same footing for that first little while. Those things are fun, which is why Once Human and Power World are the only two survival games I've ever played. I've never played official before. I was on a modded personal server. But this go around I'm doing official pure vanilla, so I'm just taking my time to transfer when I'm a bit leveled. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. I think that's a real good plan. The game does take a lot. I would say that I didn't really understand how the game worked until I was probably about 1,000 hours in. There's just so much burden of knowledge in this game that I really didn't feel like I understood exactly what I was doing until I had been playing for a really long time. So even if you feel like you still don't quite know what's up, don't let that get you down, because there just is so much to know about this game. I mean, there's so many creatures. They're all so different. They all have specific, strengths and weaknesses, and so definitely just keep up with it. And of course, come here and ask questions. I don't necessarily know everything, but I do know quite a bit. So the first investment will be into PoE 2 or Dune Awakening, depending on if Dune ends up being a good game. I think that's probably a good call, Quizza. I think Dune Awakening is going to have a pretty big following because people want it to be good, right? There's the Rust crowd that hasn't had a new Rust game in a long time, and they want something that's a little Rust-like. You've got, the ARK crowd is looking for something new. You've got even people who play like Once Human and stuff. A lot of those groups are all looking for a new game, so I think Dune Awakening is definitely going to have some hype when it comes out. Whether it's good or not, the first couple of months, a lot of people are going to be playing it, so that's probably a good option. Yeah, I love these bright colors. That's one of the things that ARK Survival Ascended has over ARK Survival Evolved, is significantly more and better color options for the creatures. I don't know if they went back and added some of that stuff to Survival Evolved, but outside of the events, colors in Evolved used to be pretty bland, and you only really got cool colors when you had events going on. And that's not really true on Ascended, which makes me very happy. My Casteroid's is following me. It's like, where the hell did my beaver go? Oh no, don't knock down the tree right in front of the base. You stupid beaver. Now if people know that that tree is there, I think it got destroyed. Maybe, yeah, it did. Now if people know that that tree is supposed to be there, it's not going to come back, and they're going to know that there's a base there. Makes me sad. Stupid beaver. Oh. Put it on my saddle. Stupid hermit. So many weird sounds going on. I don't know what's happening in my house right now, but it's kind of annoying. Hey, the Doty. Oh my god. Bring the Argentavis. Let's go. Where's my beaver at? If there's designated PvP zones, not full rust, I won't enjoy it otherwise. I imagine that there are not going to be designated PvP zones. I imagine it's going to be full rust. That's just kind of the way survival games are. Alright. This beaver is like a champion. This is that same beaver that I was running around all day yesterday for like an hour and a half on, trying to find my base. Still alive. It's still kicking. Get it all filled up here. I mean, for me, it really depends on how punishing finding a new base and getting set up again is. And how they're going to handle people of different strengths going up against each other. So one of the big problems with PvP MMO-style survival games, in my opinion, is that everybody can fight everybody. And this is something we talk about with MMOs, PvP MMOs in general also. But when everybody can fight everybody, as soon as you become extremely strong, you kind of are incentivized to attack people weaker than you and just take their stuff to fuel your own growth, instead of taking fights that are more one-to-one. And I think that's pretty negative for the genre as a whole, because you know, it's not fun to be that weaker person. And once you get eliminated, right, once you get pushed to a point where you're sort of restarting, everything just kind of becomes this super terrible uphill battle that nobody wants to deal with. So, I don't know. Hopefully, that's not what ends up happening in Dune. Or hopefully, they come up with something, some sort of protection, or, you know, maybe there will be safe enough places, you know, good enough base places that it doesn't take very long to get a base to a defensible position. So even if you're kind of weaker, maybe you don't have, you know, all of the different structures and stuff, maybe you can still defend yourself. I don't really know. Sorry if you said it already, but how long do you normally stream for? Usually about 8 hours, Chase. I try to get a good 6 to 10 hours in every day, depending on how things are going. But it usually averages out to about 7 to 8 over the course of the month. With games like ARK, so I streamed a lot when I was playing Once Human because it's a survival game. I was having trouble keeping myself interested while I was playing like Albion Online or, you know, some other MMOs like New World and stuff. But survival games, there's just so much to do all the time, and you're just kind of constantly farming resources and, you know, taming creatures and stuff like that. So I tend to lose myself in these games and play like 12 hours a day. So we'll see. I try not to play unless I'm streaming. So I think 8 hours a day is a pretty good average. But I will probably be trying to increase that. I'll clock out soon, so I was wondering, we'll tune back in when I get home. Hey, great. I'm glad that I could entertain you through the end of your workday. It's funny how many people watch this stream at work. Fan-freaking-tastic. I love it. Alright, we got ourselves some stone. Next thing we need, well, let's fill up the forges here and get them lit up. How much wood do you have there, Beaver? Alright, looks like 6 per. 1, 2, 3. You can only take 4 at a time. Bummer. Bad drafter, so I'm stuck behind a PC all day anyway. I mean, I think that's great. I'm glad that you get to do that at work. I'm surprised that you don't catch shit from your boss for it. But if they do give you shit, just tell them to fuck off. Nice. That's a good deal. Good for you. Oh. We got some lag. I feel like the quality of video goes to 144p when you move the mouse. You're too close to rocks and grass. I don't know, something hurting my eyes about this. Okay. Why can I suddenly not interact with anything? Oh, it was just a stego. Whoops. That Ceratosaurus had gotten down here. What is going on? I can do everything else, but for some reason I can't access any of my structures. Is what Quiz is talking about only happening on YouTube? Or is it also happening on Twitch? Where you all are getting like a blur effect? Whenever I like move around and move the mouse and stuff. Maybe that I need to like increase my bit rate or something, I don't know. I'm gonna have to put you all on a black screen for just a moment though. And exit over to main menu. And reload. I actually don't have to put you all on a black screen, never mind. I didn't even have to leave the game. Just gonna relog into the map again and see if maybe that fixes whatever's going on with me not being able to access my benches. Hey, there we go. Oy vey. Okay. Yeah, it might just be a YouTube thing. I might need to go in and adjust some settings on YouTube. Something happened to the way I used to stream on YouTube, where I used to set up the streams beforehand and then run them. So things just probably aren't going exactly how they used to be working, so I probably need to look into that a little bit and see if I can't get just a generally better stream going on over there. I'd like to decrease the latency and stuff over there too, because I'm not on the super low latency anymore, because it automatically kicks it to the normal latency, and so there's actually more of a delay on YouTube as well instead of on my Twitch. So I need to go in and figure that out. I've tried to do it a couple of times and I haven't been able to quite figure out how to get it done. But I will go back and check some more YouTube videos and see if I can't do it again. Maybe this next time I'll be able to actually get it right, figure it out. Or maybe it just requires a higher bit rate when streaming to YouTube, since YouTube isn't designed to be a streaming platform first. Ooh, I'm taking those for sure. Let's get my Anki out. Oh, I forgot to get my... We gotta get my Anki saddle. Actually, don't even think I have one. I think Twitch looks slightly better, but I don't think it's that. It's the game itself. If I look at it for more than 5 minutes, it starts hurting my eyes. That's weird. I have the motion blur off. Maybe if I turn motion blur on, will that maybe help? There's definitely some artifacting you can see, like with the wings when they beat on the Argentavis. You see a lot of artifacting where the wings pass through the screen. And that's not something I've been able to figure out how to fix. Just kind of been a problem forever with this game. I don't really know how to or what to do about that. I've messed with a whole lot of settings trying to fix that. Please attack the rock? No? Okay. I just want to go give this bird here. Okay, you can play. Well, I mean, it doesn't even seem to be affecting my gameplay at all. So if it's improving, oh, you bugger off, dude. Oh, taming effectiveness is down to 24% now. What a joke. That's too bad. I mean, I should have put some spikes around that or whatever. Made some little defenses. I know better than to just leave stuff out in the open like that, but whatevs. I think it's the leaves. Leaves look very weird in my eyes, especially when there's lots of it. Yeah, the leaves are kind of a little weird in this game. Let's see, there is a setting for foliage. Let's take foliage quality all the way to epic. Maybe that'll help. It actually seems to have gotten rid of some of the disco lighting, which is great. Everything still seems to be running just fine. Groovy, groovy. I don't know why my bird keeps, like, blinking out of existence. That's a new one. Never seen that glitch before. It is mildly upsetting. Maybe that's another thing that needs to be changed, is the global illumination. I know we've got it on low, maybe we put it on high. This game has always been pretty obnoxious graphically. ARK Survival Evolved was pretty much the same way. Although Ascended is absolutely worse. It's got a lot of graphical quirks that are pretty annoying. Whoops. You can't take on my Anki Raptors. What do you even think you're doing? Get dookied on. Get dookied on. Let's go up the side of this mountain. Yeah, the lighting in this game is a little weird. They try and do like weird ambiance lighting, but it's just generally annoying. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. We'll just say that. Takes some getting used to. Why are you gathering? Okay, you are. It's just not saying that you're gathering metal. I'm also dying right now. Which is less than ideal. But, you know, who cares? Server's starting to be pretty laggy right now, too. All less than ideal. But what can you do? Ark's gonna arc. Holy crap. Time to run away. I don't know if that person's coming back, but I don't want to find out the hard way. do not want to find out the hard way. Let's do this thing. Get down here. I need to get rid of some stone and stuff in this inventory because I'm overweighting creature. Get some levels. Looking at free-to-play list to see if something gonna catch my interest. What are some interesting free-to-play games? You ever play any Apex Legends? Game's pretty fun. If you like battle royale shooters. What else is there? Gave it up. Okay. Well, let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks and a little. So each of these will get 2 stacks. The beating heart noise will go away shortly, I promise. Just need to regen a little more health. Alright. Have you told me about Apex before? Yeah, I've been streaming for like 5 months now. I've had so many conversations. I barely even know what I've done, much less what anybody else has done. It didn't happen yesterday. I don't remember. I miss having tech legs. So you can just use element to run super fast. About the aim getting bad and starting to lose you. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, welcome to getting older and being a gamer. Slowly but surely. Now you. Leave all this stuff up here. Oop, I'm not gaining back health because I haven't eaten any food. Hang on. Let's go get some berries real quick. Only need a few. That ought to be enough. Fantastic. Now maybe we can gain back that health. Stop having these problems. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 of these, I think. A bunch of spark powder. Nice. A little over 600 spark powder going in. Now let's take out some of this stuff and let's go ahead and make a campfire. We're actually going to go ahead and cook some meat. We're going to have cooked meat so that we can heal. Put this campfire down here. Can I put it on the ground down here? Perfect. Put that wood in there. Oh, you ain't got no meat. Ooh. Green with a ring. We'll see about that. Tap BP. Yeah, some of that's alright. I am so strong. Got that cap BP right there. Y'all don't even realize. Ascendant cloth helmet for the win. Let me out. Let's go get this other RG here. Bring this bad boy back to base. So we've got a full load of stone, a full load of wood, and a full load of metal, all working towards making myself some bullets and stuff like that. So one of the big things we're going to need is the ability to farm up some tributes and stuff like that for the boss fights, because that'll be one of the things that people will want if they're going to let me come on boss fights with them. Because I want to do the alpha versions of the boss fights, because that'll be how I get most of the tech ingrams. So I'm just going to need to go through and farm the tributes so that I can pay the tributes. So basically I'm paying for the boss fight, they're keeping all the element, and then I'm getting the ingrams for when I move on to the Extinction servers. So because I don't need the element, that puts me in a pretty good position. But it does mean that there are some things I need to get taken care of. Whoops. Okay, this is, ooh, nice, 740 stamina. This is going to be my getting around RG. We're going to put stam and stuff in this RG. And we're going to use this RG to go around and look for bugs and stuff like that to kill. The reason we want to kill some bugs and stuff is we're going to want to get some pheromone. We're actually going to want to tame a bug because the bugs are really, really good for killing the creatures that I need to kill for the tributes. So we just need to get some bugs. It's actually pretty important that we start working towards that. So one thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to tame like a Paracertherium. So that we can impregnate it with a bug. So that we can get a bug. So it is time to probably go start looking at that. The way we're going to tame our Paracertherium is we're going to go over under the swamp, and we're going to just find ourselves, we want a pretty high level one, because the level of the creature that you get impregnated by the bug does matter, because its stats matter. Ooh. It's that pretty Quetzal again. I should also probably consider getting myself a Quetzal. The reason being that I could put a Paracer on the back of the Quetzal after it gets impregnated, and then fly it up to Skycap so nobody messes with it while it's incubating. It's the bug inside of it. That would actually be pretty useful. Oh, you know what? I gotta go back home. My crossbow only has 30 durability, which means it would only shoot 30 more times before it broke. And that's not actually enough to knock out a higher level Paracer. So we need to go ahead and get leveled up, or get another crossbow, and repair this crossbow. So that I make sure that I have plenty. It's just generally a good idea to carry around an extra crossbow, or an extra of a lot of the things that you're using. And maybe I should go ahead and get some parachutes too. I did see that wyvern flying around a little earlier, so... Ooh, nice, some cooked meats. Don't need a fireplace, don't need that. And we'll keep the soap, because that can turn into poly. Some cooked meats. Arby's. We have the meats. The reason cooked meat is so good is because it actually gives you a healing effect while your food is going up. It's not just about filling up your food, it's also about giving you a little bit of a health regen, which is nice. Alright, repair that. Make another. And parachutes. 3 parachutes. That'll be good enough. I'm not looking to fight. I'm just looking to survive, you know? And then we need to actually put those on my hot bar. Go on number 8 here. And away we go. Whoops. Now that I have so many tranks, it might be worth it to try and get that Quetzal. We'll worry about the Paracer first, and then we'll think about the Quetzal. Probably just gonna find somewhere kind of under a tree, under some canopy cover or something like that to just hide this Paracer in. Because I don't want to cryo it. Because I don't have the ability to uncryo it right now. Because I haven't made a cryo fridge. So we're gonna just get it to follow us up into kind of a hidden spot. And then we'll drag a bug over to it. Get it to impregnate it. And just kind of go from there. If we can, it's possible that the alpha tribe of this server has maybe gotten all the bugs trapped. And so maybe there won't be any spawning. I actually haven't seen any. But I don't know. If that's a possibility or not. Could be. Could be a thing. Bugs are some of the most valuable creatures in the game, so it wouldn't shock me to find out that there was a tribe on this server that was trying to lock people out of being able to get them. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Why does this game have so many cheaters? It's on your thumbnail. This game has so many cheaters because the anti-cheat for this game is bad. And when people can cheat, they do cheat. And that's just kind of the way it is. So it's a snail. There is just unfortunately not a lot of incentive to play this game without cheating. If there isn't any way for the dev team or the publisher to catch you cheating and to take action against your account, then there just isn't a ton of reason not to do it, you know? Alright, so there's a mode that you can go into. It's called photo mode. And it actually allows you to kind of detach from your body and move around. We use it for scouting. So there's a doorway there in front of that side. There's another entrance over here. So this is kind of where I wanted to come and take my Paracer. I was going to just hide it in here. Here we go. Okay, yeah, so there doesn't appear to be anything in this one. So this is where I'm going to try and lead my Paracer into. It might be too big, it might not fit through that opening. I think it will, though. So I'm going to tame a Paracer, I'm going to hide it in there. Then I'm going to bring a bug over here and get it to impregnate it. And then we're just going to leave it in there while it... let's see... Are you a high level? Ooh, a 135. And it's pretty. Almost worth it. Almost worth it. wasn't on a mission, I would probably go ahead and tame that fairy. Dinosuchus, Dinosuchus. I wonder if the Dinosuchus can get impregnated by a bug. There's a whole lot of Dinosuchus out here. Oop, there's a bear racer. Level 20. Level 15. Not what I'm looking for. Ooh, yeah. 135 is exactly what I'm looking for. Alright, so where do I want to tame this thing at? I think I kind of want to bring it over to this cliff right here so I can shoot at it. So let's go hit it. Sort of drag it over there. That's level 20 chasing me. Not the level 135. Okay, well let's kill the level 20. Now let's see if this Sarco, oops, will be distracted by that dead body while I lead this other Bear Racer away. Nope. Bear Racer wants to fight the Sarco. Alright, Sarco's dead. Bear Racer's just on me now. And I think I'm actually going to drag it to a different spot even than I was planning. Because I don't want it really anywhere near this swamp. But there's just too many dangerous creatures here. So let's take it out towards the beach. Oop, that's a Dinosuchus. I'm almost out of stam, so let's go get some stamina on this rock out here. We may end up having to kill that Dinosuchus. That is a big old crocodile. Look at that thing. I kind of want to see what level it is. Well, I've never tamed one of these before. They're kind of a new add to the game. This is definitely something I want to get eventually. I feel like the Dinosuchus probably could get impregnated by the bug. I think it's probably a big enough creature. Where is my 135 Pet Racer? There you are. Come with me, little buddy. Ow. Why you bonk me? Gonna have to stay low enough that it actually feels like it can get to me. Otherwise it doesn't follow very well. Every now and then you have to kind of let it hit you. Okay, this should be far enough out here. We're gonna break out our trusty crossbow. We're gonna stand up on this ledge. Hopefully it doesn't find its way over here to me. Why is it running so far away? Why can't I ride my RG? Okay. Thanks a lot, game. Oh. Hey, you got up here. What's up, dude? How'd you manage that? This is actually a great spot, though. You just want to stay up here. I don't know why you're not chasing me around and stuff, but I dig it. You just keep running away. I'll just keep pumping you full of tranks. Ruh-roh. This is a terrible way to tame creatures. You should always just make a trap so they can't move around by building structures around them. And then just trank them out in relative peace and safety. But that's boring, so I do it this way. Later when we get to some bigger, scarier creatures like Gigantosauruses and stuff like that, then I'll probably do the trap thing. But at least for right now, with some of these easier to run away from creatures, where I'm in a little bit less danger. Oops. Oh. There's a cheeky little snake. Gonna knock me unconscious here. That's not good. Come here, you cheeky little bugger. Since apparently I can't just press E to ride my creature right now. I'm gonna grab our little snaky friend here. Nice. Killed him. Let's go back to trying to knock out our Paracertherium here. Oh, there's another snake. And I'm like trapped on top of it. Man, they get down in this grass and they're basically invisible. Holy shnikes. Hey, and the Paracer's coming back my way. Good buddy boy. It's got a friend. Made its friend angry. Oops, I didn't dodge its friend's attack. Okay, since its friend's here and it's kind of running away, I'm gonna go ahead and kill its buddy with my RG here. It came back over. I don't want to do too much damage to the one I'm trying to capture. Since it's back over here and it's actively chasing me, I'm gonna go ahead and drop off that. Give a little eats here. There we go. It's this non-green one in the front here that I'm actively trying to tame. Let's put that on. Actually, yeah, attack that target. Do you kill that Paracer? I will drink this one. This is becoming fairly entertaining. Whoops. Whenever you get yellow markers like that, it means that you hit your own ally. I accidentally just tried to trank my bird. Come on now. Surely it's not going to take that many more. Okay. Also, why is my bird now attacking? That thing. I wanted it to attack this other one. Yeah, run away for a second while I kill this. Okay, I don't want you attacking my RG here. My RG also has a leech on it. I didn't realize that. That's probably why I can't just instantly ride. I probably need to get rid of the leech. Okay, I'll deal with that in a little while. Build that Titan boa. Jump over here. Bring this back out. Come on, buddy. Don't go after my RG, come after me. You face. Turn around. You know what? Fine. Attack the RG. See if I care. See if I care. Okay, but maybe stop running back towards the swamp. I don't want you to stay up here. Oh, shoot. Run away! Oh, are you torpor running now? Please be torpor running now. But when they get close to knocking out, creatures in this game always start running away from you. But they also run away if they haven't hit you in a while and they've been aggroed to you. They sort of turn and flee to, I don't know, take a different vector or something and come back at you again. So sometimes it's hard to tell if they're torpor running or if they're just running because you've been avoiding their attacks for too long. Hey, there he goes, unconscious. Good deal. Now let's remove the leech. Now we can ride. Nice. Unconscious 135 Paracer Therium. We want to go get our Parasaur and get some berries real quick. Let's just try and remember exactly where this is. It's fairly easy to find. Alright. It'll sit there just fine for quite a while. I don't think there are any enemies near it. If I was smart, I would build spikes around it right now. But I'm not, so I'm not gonna. So let's fly back to our base here. Let's get some Mejo berries and stuff with our Parasaur. And then we'll come back and finish getting this racer. I'm also going to need to go use the restroom real quick. So once we get back to base, I'll do that. I'll go use the restroom and then come back over here. Ooh, nice. 10 points here. Gonna put all those in stamina. My whole goal with this RG, it's got plenty of weight, right? It can hold 600 pounds, that's fine. My whole goal here is just going to be to put as much stamina in this thing as I can so that it can be my getting around the world creature for right now. I'm going to need lots of stamina for finding bugs and killing bugs and all kinds of stuff. I may need to level up some melee on it too. Or maybe I'll just use a shotgun for killing bugs, I'm not really sure. But we're in a good spot right now. We got a pair racer down. We got all of our gathering dinos. We've got some shotgun shells going. We've got all kinds of stuff in the works here. So we're just going to keep going. And making sure that we get everything we want here. Once I get a bug, it'll be real good. We'll run around gathering up tributes. And I should be able to, even if I have to go gather double tributes, I'd be more than happy to do that. Gather up double tributes and then use trade, 2 sets of tributes for 1 boss fight. Like, that's not out of the question doable. Lots of people joining the ARK again, kind of midday here. This seems to be the time when this ARK starts to get a little busy, which is a little scary for me. Running around doing stuff. Could run into some problems. But we'll see. This Chally got into my base and decided to start causing problems. Okay, I'll be right back in just a second. I gotta use the restroom. Okay, here we go. We are back. You know what I realized I never did today? Is I never turned on my Discord, so I don't even know if like anybody in my family has been trying to talk to me or anything. Alright. Got the sword. Stop following me. Like Ethereum. Must get berries. We're just gonna get a bunch of Mejos here. The other thing I need to do is get rid of that person who's trying to sell me viewers. Was poo-poo on you. Alright, got a couple hundred of those now, got plenty of those. Probably need more narcos than that. Just kind of need a lot of narco berries for the bigger creatures to keep them knocked out. Especially the bigger herbivores. When you're trying to berry tame herbivores, things can get a little obnoxious because the berries just don't do a whole lot for taming. And they don't have something like mutton or prime meat or something like that that you can use to really speed that process up. So big herbivores are actually more difficult to tame than like, say, a Giganotosaurus, which honestly is just really easy to tame. You just trap it, knock it out, and dump it full of mutton. And they tame fairly quickly, and are just pretty easy to deal with all around. Let's get back over here, and let's go check on this racer and see what we got. See how we're doing. I want to check its health. I want to check its melee too. Getting a good melee on a bug is pretty important. So racers aren't necessarily melee creatures, but because you can use racers to get impregnated by bugs, and because the bug's final stats aren't based on the hit point value of the racer, the bug stats are based on the point value. So every level a creature gets, it gets 1 point, or actually I think it's 2 points put into, no, it is 1 point, yeah. It gets 1 point to put into one of its stats, HP, attack, weight, whatever. And then based on what creature it is, there's an equation that figures out exactly what that creature's stat is with that many points. So bugs are really weird because they take some of the stats from the non-bug creature that you impregnate to get your bug. And so if you have, say, a racer that has 48 melee, a melee racer isn't a very good creature and it's not going to have high melee. But when the bug pops out, if it gets that 48 melee, then it's going to have 48 bug melee, not 48 racer melee. If that makes any sense. And so it's kind of created a situation where making interesting creatures that you're going to ultimately use for bug fodder, and maybe leveling up some stuff that you wouldn't normally level up, has become not just viable, but necessary. And I think that's super cool. And our racer should just be right over here. There she blows. Alright. Let's stuff this bad boy full of berries. Alright, so it only needs about 100 berries. That's nice. Let's see how much it gets when it fills up its food compared to how low it is on torpor. Okay, so it's actually not going to need all of that many narco berries either to get it all the way done here. Nice. So we're just going to stuff it full of this first 60. And while that's taming, we're going to go start looking for some bugs. Let's see, that Dilo is unlikely. Oh. Accidentally aggroed it, so now I gotta kill it. I don't want to go over by my racer. That's an Oviraptor there. I'm just looking at, you know, the creatures that have respawned near my racer to see if any of them are potentially dangerous to it. It seems like it'll be fine. I'm gonna drop most of this. And let's hit some melee damage. Because we are actually going to use our RG. Kill some bugs here. We got lots of stam. We can fly around for a really long time, really high in the air. And I want to show you all these bugs. For those of you who maybe haven't played ARK or have only played a little bit of ARK, there is a creature that is new to the island that just came out kind of right before ARK Survival Ascended came out. And it's called the Rhinignatha. And it's a giant flying wasp thing. It's honestly pretty freaking awesome. It is kind of in a dangerous place. So there's a really good cave in the swamp over here where it spawns. Let's check. What level is this Gigantoraptor? 125. Ooh. Interesting. Because it's over in this swamp over here where there's a really good cave to base in, a lot of times there's lots of really dangerous turrets and stuff out here. So we're going to be staying up pretty high. Just kind of looking below us. At least until we get a feel for what's built where. Also sometimes there'll be like some turrets and stuff in these redwoods. This map seems pretty underbuilt. I honestly, I think that this island map that I'm on has recently been wiped. Like the Alpha tribe that was here before has been wiped. And so that tribe that killed me, Favela, the other day, or yesterday, I think they're a fairly new Alpha tribe on this server. So hopefully that means that my life is a little safer. We're just going to be flying around. Oh, you know, I didn't actually get all of my stamina. I don't know why I didn't wait long enough. Fill my stam bar. But we're just going to cruise around out here. you'll know it when you see it. It is an enormous flying bug, and it's basically always fighting something. They are some of the most aggro-happy creatures. They just be fighting everything. Its wings are pretty obnoxious, and it kind of sounds like a helicopter. It's a really important creature to have anymore in this game. But you really just can't live without them. A little froggy here. Lovely, you little froggy. Beelzebufo. Our level 45? Let's see, 45 or 145? 45, okay. I like these little frogs. They're super useful. Ooh, red paracer. That's the other thing, is the color of the creature that you use to impregnate, I think, also has a potential to change the color of the bug as well. And so this is what I'm talking about. This spam right here is all leading up to the cave on the other side of this. It's a really, really popular base spot. They just got gates and gates and gates and gates everywhere here. Which doesn't really make this unrateable. It just means you have to go clear a spot kind of closer. And it just pushes back where your initial fob sort of has to be at. Which is what spam is all about. It's about preventing you from creating a base right up next to the entrance to their base, so that you can't lock them in. That's pretty much the only potential downside in the current meta to living in a cave, is if somebody builds, you know, a turret tower right outside your base, then you basically get locked inside your base. Unless you have teleports in other places, which is why the first thing you do when you go to a server and you try and wipe an alpha tribe is you go look for all of their teleports. And you go take them down. And then you start sieging their main base. Because if you just tried to siege their main base, they would just teleport, come behind you, set up their own fob, and then just start whooping your butt. Especially because, you know, it's the server where all of their creatures are. So they don't have to worry about throwing things out of cryopods, they don't have to worry about teleporting servers or anything like that. So they just have more resources than you when you attack a base like that. So you really need to do what you can to mitigate their mobility. Lock them in and make them fight you sort of on the ground. I'm really shocked we haven't seen a bug. There's usually 2 bugs spawned on this map at a time. But I'm not seeing any, which is kind of strange. My racer is halfway tamed, which is kind of crazy. I did not expect that to happen. Where in the crap are these bugs at? want to see. Still got its 99% taming effectiveness. Nice. I feel like I might have been right. The bugs might have been captured. So they're not spawning. Which would be really unfortunate. Because I've been basically everywhere where they can spawn. I was over here yesterday, and there wasn't one. There's a person over there. I thought there was a person over there. Maybe not. Herm. Really too bad. I really want a bug. Oh, little bug. It has been quite a while since I've played, so it's possible that the rules for when they spawn or where they spawn or something like that have changed. That doesn't tend to happen in this game, though. It takes a really long time for wildcard to fix busted stuff like that. So it would kind of shock me if they had gone through and figured out, like, hey, maybe bugs spawn a little too often and reduce their spawn rate. But I suppose it's possible. I don't know, does anybody know if there was a change made or anything like that? I need a male so that I can get the pheromone after killing it. And then I need to find a high-level female that I can take over to my Paracer. And you get the bug down to like below 15% health. And then you feed the pheromone to the creature you want to impregnate. And then the bug will do a special attack. And shoot a baby into your creature. And then the baby basically vampires off of your creature until it's ready to be born. And then it comes bursting out of your creature like a chest burster. And then you raise it. And then you have a super cool little bug thing to fly around on. And I love it. They're really fun, and they're really strong, and they can swim. So you've got the air, the land, and the sea covered. They're just kind of the everything creature, and you really can't do anything without them now. They're kind of like when wyverns first came out. You always needed to get a wyvern. You kind of always need to get a bug. Oh, I thought those were inactive. That sucks. I looked at them specifically because I wanted to see if they were active or not. This freaking game sometimes. Miarg. Now I gotta run all the way back over there. So obnoxious. Oh, good. My RG shows up. So I can track it. That'll make getting back over to it much, much easier. I doubt that I'll be able to get my stuff because I got shot from the ground and then I fell down next to it. But I didn't really have anything. You know, I had one of my shotguns, but it was my weakest shotgun. Not a big deal there. We want to get across the water. There may be piranhas in here. Seems like we're okay. So we just keep on going. Doesn't look like whoever owns those turrets is there to kill my RG, which is nice. Or maybe they live really far away and they're still on their way. But the RG is still alive, which is great because it's got my RG saddle on it. And then we're going to come at this from sort of the redwood side. And try and whistle our RG away from the turrets. Need to get to somewhere that's a little closer though before I go across the swamp. Swamps are incredibly dangerous. Especially on foot with no gear. Getting through the swamp is going to be pretty difficult. You've got capros that'll leap at you. And when they do that, they'll grab you in their jaws and won't let you go, and they'll just kill you. You've got Titan boas that'll knock you unconscious. You've got leeches, which are a huge pain in the ass. What level are you? 75, don't care. Just a lot of dangerous stuff. Please let me drink some water. I know it's a swamp. Oop. And sarcos, which are also not necessarily fun. The sarcos swim really fast, but I'm not going to be able to get away from it in the water. There you go. Go after Mr. Froggy. Most of the swamp water doesn't require swimming, but it can. Ooh, a Dinosuchus. Don't aggro me, please. We're not gonna sprint always, because we don't want to run out of stam while we're in here in case something pops up. Surprise, motherfucker. We need to run away from it. Because that tends to happen a lot. The swamp is very unforgiving. Of all the biomes, there's the redwood and there's the swamp. Those two biomes are easily the most dangerous. But we've made it to the other side of the swamp. Now we just need to start running down the ridge up here in the redwoods. And we'll just kind of skirt this area in between the two biomes. That's a terror bird. It didn't make the terror bird attack you noise though, so I think we're okay. Argentavis is only 300 meters away. So as soon as we get close enough that we can see the green lettering, would mean that we're close enough to whistle it to follow us. And that's all we need. Oop, just ran past a snake. We're gonna stop sprinting momentarily here. Oop, lots of snakes. Oh my goodness, so many snakes. Okay, that didn't work. I think that did work. We got lots of snakes though. We might, yeah, we're gonna fall asleep and die. It's too bad. Oh boyo. Okay, well, I did whistle that creature, the RG. Honestly, what am I even doing? I might have the stuff for another RG saddle. I have another RG in my freaking base. Why am I doing this the hard way? What an idiot. Also, I'm doing this the hard way. Wah! Alright, respawn at Simple Bed. Let's see what happens here. Need to get back. Merchant Davis. Okay, I do not have enough keratin. So what we're gonna go do is we're gonna go try and find some Meganura. Right out over here, because there should be some. And we're gonna get us some keratin. There's a Meganura. Okay. No keratin. Should I be using a hatchet instead of a pick? There's a couple of Meganura. Oh no, those are Titan drones. Come here. That's a Meganura. Nice. That's not a Meganura. Okay. Okay, you obnoxious ass RG. No, it ate that body, now it's gonna regen health. Die, you buttface. Holy schnegies. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. Can't find this Mega Neuro over here. Fill up on water here real quick. Alright, gotta find some more bugs. I wonder if this is a Ceratosaurus. It's keratin. It's pretty close to... Oh, no, it just gained a bunch of health back. Oh, go. Well, I was gonna kill it, because it was gonna get almost killed by that theory. And then I was gonna see if it had keratin, but... well, that didn't go very well. Let's go get my stuff back. My Parasotherium has tamed out, which is cool. You're just gonna chill on top of my body, huh? That guy's a dickhead. There's another Mega Neura. Get my corpse back. And kill the bug. Where to freaking land? Okay, well, I have no idea where it landed. Let's go look for more bugs. There's one. Ooh, there's two. Alright. Hey, that one had a lot. Nice. 144, that's enough. We're good to go. Good deal. Saddle up this other RG. Get my RG back. Is this the Ceratosaurus dead? No, it's just a rock. Oh, so many piranhas. Look out. So many piranhas. Alright. Oh, you know what? We don't have enough hide either. Oh, yeah, we do. Nope. We're gonna be about 50 short, aren't we? Son of a biscuit eater. Son of a biscuit eater. Oh, you know what? I got a Chalicotherium earlier. Did it die already? Looks like it starved to death already. Nope. I was just gonna kill it, use it for hide. There you go. Perfect. Hatchie and a Dilo. That is the poo thrower. Hey, thanks. Glad you like my base, wizard. It's a shithole, but it's my shithole. No, yes. Yes, Chalicotheriums do throw poo. Or I think it's actually mud, not poo, but you know, whatever. And I've got all this meat. That bad boy up. You know, I actually had a toilet before I got raided before. Let's get some more gunpowder going. Oh yeah, look at all that. Look at all that charcoal. put this in here. And we get a little more metal out. Put the metal in here. Have to shoot a ton of those. Oh. Oh, no, I already have the saddle. Okay, because I crafted it in my inventory. Because that's where you craft those. Throw out all the meats. Pump some more weight. Okay. We have 2 whole saddled Argentavises. I actually don't remember if the poop glitch still works in Survival Ascended. Like it did in Survival Evolved, where you sit on the toilet and you poop, and as long as you flush without hitting poop again, then you can poop infinitely. It was a pretty useful little glitch. Oh no, I lost my canteen also. That sucks. Guess I better fly back down to the water and get something to drink. Yo, this is kind of a nice little spot here. Wish it didn't have this in it. But I think you can still craft structures. Let me see real quick, because that doesn't count as foundation there. So I think I can actually still place structures. So I wouldn't be able to use a cryo fridge, because their cryo fridge creates a radius where I can't use my cryo fridge. But I feel like I can still put structures down. Because this is an out-of-the-way spot. I didn't even know this existed. Yeah. Seems pretty limited on where you can put structures in here. Oh, it's these breakable rocks are in the way. Okay, so I'd have to break all these breakable rocks. But then I could totally put a little base down here. And that's way more secure than my other base is right now. Interesting thought. Yeah, we might be moving. Who knows? I feel like I could just generally have a bigger base there than I can at that other spot. But let's work on getting our RG back before we worry about too much other stuff. I still haven't seen a bug. I'm fairly certain that that's because they've all been captured and they're just not spawning on this map right now. Which is really unfortunate. By unfortunate, I mean fucking aggravating. I understand. So the tree houses just don't have the cover and the defensibility through obscurity that I'm looking for, Party Wizard. Because I'm playing on a PvP server, um, I need, or you're just gonna end up getting killed. And losing your base. They just aren't very... They just aren't very good bases in PvP. They're great for PvE. But they're pretty shit for PvP. I need you to come over here, dude. I can't quite get on you out there. Please? Please, can I ride my RG? My goodness. I hate this game. Hope I got far enough away that the snake doesn't come back. Nope, there it is. I'm dead. There's too much stuff going on in my house right now. And there has been pretty much all day. People have been moving around and making noise, and it's extremely distracting for me. I just can't deal with extraneous random noises. And it is really starting to fucking aggravate me. And it's just people going about their lives, like making food and stuff like that, so I can't, like, tell them to shut the fuck up. Because, you know, you have to make food, you have to do laundry, you have to do all those things, and so it's fine. But it just annoys the crap out of me. Yeah, there was a snake down there, and it just knocked me unconscious. The grass in Survival Ascended is much deeper than the grass in Survival Evolved, and obscures things a lot more. And so stuff like that happens sometimes where you don't see them and they get you. I knew that that creature was there because I heard it, but I didn't realize it was right on top of me. They move faster than I feel like. I'm still a hermit sickle. I got it fixed, so the new motor came in, and I got the motor on, and it's working now, but it's vibrating really bad. So I don't know, there's something else wrong with it. At this point, I'm just wanting to give up and not give a crap. My brothers both have space heaters, so they can at least stay warm in their rooms. And, oh, hey, it's a bug. it's one of the giant bugs that I've been looking for all this time. See it flying around over there? Coming back for you, buddy. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I'm gonna die again. I hate everything. Just need to go get my Archies back. Come on. I can do this. 5,000 hours of ARK. I can't even deal with the PvE. Okay. Can't even see myself in this grass. So thick. So tall. No, stop getting stuck. Frog. Oh, I heard another snake. Get your ass down here. Can't run that way. There it is. All right. Holy shnikes. Where, oh where? Was that bug? Let's go take a look at it. For those of you who maybe haven't seen him yet, the Rhyniagnatha is a really cool creature. Oh, there's one. Basically an enormous wasp. So now we need to go see if this is a male. It is a male. I'm actually gonna kill it. Because you have to get pheromone from the males in order to tame the females. You have to kill a male and get its pheromone or whatever. I think probably my best bet actually is going to get it rubbed off on another creature because they're super aggro. So maybe if I can get it to attack this trike, then it'll kind of stand more still. It's pretty focused on me. Out of stamp. Oh good, Trudons. Isn't that adorable? Can I please just get my stamina back in peace? But it's dead. Okay. Seems like those other ones are fighting that trike. Let's get my pheromone. And let's fuck off. So the pheromones will last 7 hours. If I put them in a creature, they last a whole day. I now have 24 hours to find a female. There was a bug over here. I think it was probably the same bug. They have a tendency to roam pretty far. But it's possible that there were 2 bugs over here. There were. Would you look at that? This is also only a level 15. That's way easier to kill. Go after him, RG. Alright, another one. Seconds, minutes, hours, days. Okay. Actually, I should probably harvest this corpse. Or... Perfect. Titan. Now maybe I will be able to get another racer and have 2 bugs. Then I can have a spare. I kind of want to fly over the entrance to this. First thing, actually, I need to see who owns this. World of T-shirts. And then I want to see if they have a tower out here. Doesn't look like it, so I don't think they're actually a tribe anymore. I think they got destroyed. Hang on, my Discord came up. I actually need to look at this. Okay. Well, I gotta get back to base. I apparently got a message from my older brother. He wants to work on the heater again today. And I didn't realize that I got a message from him because I was playing and streaming. So I'm going to have to end the stream here so we can work on that. Yeah, my heater blower motor died. I've been trying to install a new one, and I got the blower to work again, but now it's vibrating really bad. And so I need to try and do something else to it to try and get it to stop doing whatever it's doing. But my older brother hit me up earlier today and said he wanted to work on it today, and I didn't have my Discord open, so I didn't know. So I just opened my Discord and saw it, or I wouldn't have started streaming today. But whatever. I'll just get back to base and turn off the stream and fix the heater. Hopefully. Or not. Which will just make me super angry. Hey, what's up, Southie? Sorry, I'm catching you at a bad time here. I'm actually going to be ending stream here in just a second. I used to like fixing stuff, Quizza, but I'm not nearly as good at it as I thought I was. And I don't handle failure well. So every time I can't get something fixed, especially when it's something that affects the people I care about, like I don't give a crap for myself really, but not being able to fix the heater means that there's no heater for my brothers, which is what ultimately upsets me. Because I'll just sit here and be cold, I don't give a shit. No, I probably won't stream later. And if I don't get this fixed today and I have to work on it again tomorrow, then I won't be streaming tomorrow either. Primarily the reason that I wasn't streaming for that 4 or so days was because of working on the heater and other things. So there's just a bunch of stuff that needs to get fixed around the house right now. Gotta change the brakes on my brother's car, gotta fix the heater, gotta do a bunch of stuff. Bought an old house, everything's broken. So yeah, this will probably be it for the day. Everything follow me, everything stop following me. But thanks everybody for dropping by, being in the chat. We had a good stream today, had a good day today. And if the heater gets fixed tonight, then I'll be back tomorrow. Otherwise, I will be back whenever the heater gets fixed, because it is apparently important to people. So yeah, thanks a lot everybody. Hope everybody has a good day, and